We are here for more Pokemon Yellow. And I'm very happy to be live playing this game. I've been looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to it honestly all week. Because I didn't really want to think about anything else that was happening. This was not a good week for me. In fact, it was a pretty bad one. And I've been kind of angry about it for the whole week. And you know what I want to do when I'm angry? I want to break things. I want to break things apart. And so that's what we're going to do this stream. We are going to break apart Pokemon Yellow bit by bit. And it will be an extension of the destruction that we did to it last stream. And we're just going to continue tearing it the fuck apart. And it's going to be great. So let's talk about it. And there's also something cool that I'll be talking about that I have noticed is now in effect. And I think it is very nice. I hope that it is also in effect on your end. If it is, that would be wonderful. Let's get right into it. Hello, pals. I am JoeDan54. And judging by the view of the stream on my laptop, the Twitch stream rewind feature is live. It isn't every day that a website like Twitch introduces a feature, introduces something new to the website that's actually good. And not a fucking terrible component of enshittification. No. This time around, it is a genuinely good feature. It should have been part of the... it should have been part of the site a long time ago, but I'm willing to give them credit for actually adding it, because honestly, I never thought they would. Especially since this alleviates several other issues with the site, like poorly timed ads that many streamers don't even have control over. But yes... The Twitch Rewind feature is now a thing. I have my stream view over here, and there's like a play bar where presumably, if I actually go back and just click midway through, and it loads, and yeah, it brings me there, and then there's a skip to live button to go right back to the live feed. Very good. Very happy with that change. I'm glad about that. That won't necessarily be a benefit to me personally, since I'm more of a stream maker than a stream watcher nowadays. I don't really watch many tournaments live anymore. Although, if I were to ever, say, catch another Classic Tetris tournament, since I still do watch those, that'll be quite useful in the event that I miss something. Although those tend to get dual streamed on Twitch and YouTube anyway, and YouTube has had this feature for a while. I was actually talking about my friends with this earlier today, actually, about why I stream on Twitch instead of YouTube. And really, the main reason for it is it comes down to chat. Now, my chat is not very active on Twitch, but I get the feeling that if I were to stream on YouTube, I would get a lot of chat interaction that I would not want. Basically, that's mainly just because YouTube chat is terrible. I'll just come out and say it. YouTube chat is just awful. I think it's improved, but it's just so bad. There's just not a lot of good features there at all, and especially for moderation. Like, there's so much spam, and I'm sure if I streamed on YouTube, I would just get endless shit about, like, reaction requests and stuff, which, you know, JoeDan54 reacts. It's not dead. Neither is my main channel, despite how long it's been since I've uploaded. But I don't need people pestering me about it every time I go live, so that's why I like being here. I've considered dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, and maybe I'll do that in the future. But for now, yeah, it's just a Twitch-only thing. So, enough rambling. There's a lot of things to think about. We brought them up. Now let's bring up the audio. The lovely audio for my 3DS home menu. as we get right back into Pokemon Yellow. And I will set up the smack row, and we will get right into the game. Alright. Let's get into it. So, on the agenda for today, Pokédex completion, and more Pokédex completion. I've got quite a few tricks up my sleeve, but a lot of it is going to primarily build off of what we have already done, particularly in my most recent stream. I made a highlight of something that I made extensive use of last stream and will continue to make use of this stream and future streams, the long-range trainer glitch. The way that in Pokemon Yellow, you can encounter Missing No, which of course has the incredibly useful effect of maximizing whatever item is in your 6th slot. I've done that to my rare candies and my Master Balls. I'll probably be doing it to my Nuggets in the future as well. And that's probably the only 3 items I would need to do it to, because everything else I can buy with the endless money that Nuggets would give me anyway. I'm sure there will be some people that will consider that cheating, and if you do, I understand. I have put forward my case as to why I don't consider it cheating, and why I'm personally okay with doing it rather than imposing the restriction of, well, not allowing myself to do it. In any case, let's take a look at our Pokédex right now. Oh, we only have 48 Pokemon. I thought we already passed 50. I guess we didn't. But once we do reach 50, we can of course pick up that EXP All, which will probably be something that we want to get as soon as possible. That said, there are still plenty of other Pokemon for us to get. So let's see here. Where were we? Because we were running through, that's right, I got the manual. We were running through, I am in Cerulean City right now, I think. Were there any Pokemon that I wanted to get in Route 4? I probably should have opened my spreadsheet before I went live. I had all the time in the world to do so and still didn't. I'm an idiot. Okay, we got it open now. Okay. Again, if you hear Windows error sounds, that is not you, it is me. Okay, there is not anything that we want to get in Route 4. Which actually is not what I thought. I could have sworn there were Pokemon that we wanted to get in Route 4. I guess not. Did already get Sandshrew. Of course, any Pokemon that we encounter now, we will be able to deal with... we'll be able to deal with using Master Balls. Did I already get the Pokemon that were in Pallet Town? Because I know I initially missed those. I think I got them, though. Okay, it is Staryu and Magikarp, it looks like. Did I get both of those? Okay, good. You can do the left-right scrolling. Let's see. Okay, I have Staryu and I have Magikarp. Okay, cool. That's good. So let's see here. Up next after that, well, I suppose we may as well check what is in Cerulean City. And we will be picking things up, as it would seem here, with... Oh god. I think I forcefully shut off my PC, or I restarted and then hit restart anyway. I could have sworn I saved this, maybe I didn't. But there was a typo in my spreadsheet. that mistakenly listed Seeking's location. Or at least the location I wanted to get it, as Cerulean City instead of Cerulean Cave. Yeah, okay. With that typo fixed, there is only one Pokemon that's in Cerulean City, and we already have it. Okay. So that means we move north to Route 24, it looks like. It always perplexes me how far away Oddish and Bellsprout are from each other in the Pokédex numbering. Oddish is Pokédex number 43, it looks like. Yeah. Oddish is Pokédex number 43, and Bellsprout is number 69. Nice. But yes, let's go ahead and get ourselves an Oddish. And be extra careful not to trigger the long-range trainer while we're at it. Perfect. And of course, we don't have to worry about weakening it or anything like that, because we have our guaranteed catches right here. Thank you, Missing No! Oddish. Weed. It may be mistaken for a clump of weeds. If you try to yank it out of the ground, it shrieks horribly. I did use Oddish on my Fire Red team. It's pretty good. Let's see. In terms of other Pokemon that are in Route 24, there's Bellsprout. There's also Charmander, which we already have, and that's it. Okay. So that takes care of that. I suppose now is as good of a time as ever for us to head into Cerulean Cave, where I believe there are quite a few Pokemon for us to get our hands on there. So let's see here. Cerulean Cave. What is waiting for us here? Or as it's called in one of the guides I'm looking at, the Unknown Dungeon. Okay, so up here in 1F, it looks like one of the Pokemon that we can get here is Sandslash. So let me break out the bike, go through our steps quicker, see what we can find. Of course, now that I actually want to encounter Pokemon in Cerulean Cave, the encounter rate is way lower than I would want it to be. I also see Gloom here, which is indeed a Pokemon that I would love to get my hands on here, so that'll be another Master Ball. Also weed. Smells incredibly foul. However, around 1 of 1,000 people enjoy sniffing its nose-bending stink. Ah, my favorite. Oh, now that I think about it, what box is selected right now? I wonder. There are other Pokemon that we would love to get on Cerulean Cave Floor 1. Let's see what else we can encounter here. That's one we already got, of course. Courtesy of Doombloom. Yeah, there are a ton of Pokemon here. Okay, we already have a Gloom. Yeah, Sandslash we can get here. Golbat we can get here. Parasect. Venomoth. Some of those are pretty low percent encounters, but with my self-imposed rules, we'll still be looking for them. There is Golbat. It attacks in a stealthy manner without warning. Its sharp fangs are used to bite and suck blood. There's Venomoth! Nice! The powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. It would be funny if there was a Gen 1 miss unintended mechanic for Master Balls where they had like a 1 in 256 chance to not work. Imagine having one Master Ball because you don't know about the missing no glitch, throwing it, and then it just fails. There is a scene like that in the anime. It's very funny. So let's see here. Are there any Pokemon that we want to get in Cerulean Cave that are not on the first floor? Let me see. Yes, there are a few on other floors as well. So I may as well start making my way to the other floors. Now that I'm looking at this sheet that I have made for myself, I'm realizing I maybe should have organized it differently. That's fine. That's how we learn. A different organization may work better for me. You know, I haven't caught a Ditto yet, so we can do that too. When it spots an enemy, its body transfigures into an almost perfect copy of its opponent. Traveler, okay. It's another one we do not have. I was actually planning on getting this in Victory Road, but we can get it here. Often seen rolling down mountain trails. Obstacles are just things to roll straight over, not avoid. Bro's playing Katamari. Oops. we don't want to go up the floor yet. I said we don't. Still looking for a couple Pokemon on this first floor here. Sandslash being one of them. still looking for Parasect as well. Which I think is a low percent, so that will be tricky. Got Ditto, which is good. Oops. What else? So it's Sand Slash. Is there anything? And Parasect. Was there anything else that we wanted to get on this floor? Yes, but the other one is with a Super Rod, so just 2 more usual overworld encounters. There's Sand Slash! It is skilled at slashing enemies with its claws. If broken, they start to grow back in a day. Alright, so now in terms of just regular overworld encounters, the only one that we are left trying to get is Parasect. Parasect being a 5% encounter in this area, so one of the rare ones for sure. We did already get a couple other 5% encounters here, though. Sand Slash is actually a 10% encounter. Venomoth is a 5%, and so is Ditto. Worth noting that the Ditto odds are significantly better here than they are in Red and Blue. In Red and Blue, Ditto's a 1% encounter here. So yeah, we might be here for a while. So, buckle up. I'm like doing quarter circle inputs with my circle pad to maximize overworld movement tiles. Or things that could trigger encounters. Doing fighting game movement on the overworld of a Pokemon game. Quarter circle forward, up. Quarter circle back down. And somehow I can still go this long without an encounter. Is the song gonna loop before I get one? Okay, Jesus. How many encounters did I, like, somehow dodge? Like, that's literally optimal what I was doing. That's not the 5% encounter we want. Just looking for one other 5% encounter. Give it to me. Now, actually, now that I think about it, have I even registered Parasect to the Dex? Let me see. I have, okay. So I do wonder if I've ever encountered one in the wild before. Or if it was just like a trainer had it or something. get it eventually. Parasect is also listed as a 5% encounter in red and blue, so it's the same in all versions. There is an in-game trade to get Parasect, but it requires trading a Pokémon that you can only get in the Safari Zone, and I would rather not have to get 2 copies of that Pokémon. Which I wouldn't necessarily need to do for Pokédex completion, but it may be necessary for completion of future Pokédexes to have an extra copy, so. Yeah, this is to avoid doing extra work in the Safari Zone, which I'm sure is going to be another major pain point of this. This is also the only floor where you can find Parasect. You guys like the sounds of my bike banging into the walls? I think you'll be hearing that a fair bit. know, Gloom is showing up awfully often for a Pokemon that's only a 10% encounter. In comparison to the 2 Pokemon that are both 5% encounters, who together should be showing up just as often, statistically. Same thing with Weepinbell, also allegedly a 10% encounter here. It does make me wonder how these rates that are listed on Bulbapedia are actually calculated. They do like a Monte Carlo simulation or something. So I've seen, like, what? Hey! Finally! All I have to do is express suspicion about the probability, and, suddenly I get what I want. If only that worked in Nikkei. The bug host is drained of energy by the mushrooms on its back. They appear to do all the thinking. Pretty fucked up, but also based on a real phenomenon. Anyway. I don't know if I have the Super Rod on me, do I? I do, okay, cool. We are going to use this to get ourselves a Seeking, which is a 60% chance, so we should get this pretty quick. It has the fucking potion sound. I'm pretty sure we also don't have a Goldeen, which is the 40% chance here. So... yeah, it's annoying. There's no, like, little Pokeball icon next to it to indicate that you already have it. In this game. Yeah, let's catch this too. When it is time for them to lay eggs, they can be seen swimming up rivers and falls in large groups. Nice. And that's every Pokemon that we wanted to catch on floor 1 of Cerulean Cave. Its job is to something. I skipped over it by mistake. It is the male's job to make something out of boulders in a stream using the horn on its head. Okay. Alright, let's go up to floor 2. Where there is at least one Pokemon that I intend to catch here. I don't think there are very many, so we may as well start navigating our way over. Yeah, there's only one Pokemon I want to get on the second floor here. And it has not yet shown up. I'll have to hit a 10% chance for it to show up on this floor. So, better odds than Parasect. Of course, the moment I actually reach the ladder to get back down to 1F, the encounters completely fucking stop. Okay, well that's not the one I was looking for. I was looking for its pre-evolution, but sure, I'll catch Rhydon. I was gonna wait to catch this in B1F, but sure. Walks on its hind legs, shows signs of intelligence. Its armor-like hide even repels molten lava. It was also apparently the first Pokemon ever designed, and it is the first Pokemon to appear in many ordered lists in this game. And because of that, there are actually quite a few glitch Pokemon that have not Rhyhorn, but Rhydon's cry. Hello, Rhyhorn, you're the one I was looking for. Alright, let's make our way to B1F. And let me see here to make sure that I'm not trying to get any Pokemon in B1F of Cerulean Cave that I don't already have. Yeah, okay. There are only two Pokemon we need on B1F. So, and they are Lickitung and Chansey. And we have neither of them. Okay. I thought there was a map of a dungeon here. I guess not. Okay. Must be in a different guide. Nice. No encounters that entire time. Actually got the music to loop. Granted, I wasn't moving the entire time, but... yeah, impressive. Alright, and now I believe we are in B1F. And in this B1F, we are looking for Lickitung and Chansey. Chansey is a 5% encounter, Lickitung is also a 5% encounter, so... We're in it for, quite a bit longer, it would seem. So, buckle up. Was planning on catching Ditto down here, since Ditto, instead of having a 5% chance, like it does on the first floor, this Ditto down here, or these Ditto down here, 15% chance. So we'll be seeing quite a few Ditto down here. We look for Chansey, and we look for Lickitung. Who together have a combined total of 10%, so... finding any Pokemon that we have not yet caught down here is a 10% chance, which is the same chance of encountering Rhydon, who we've already encountered down here twice. Beautiful! There's Lickitung. Its tongue spans almost 7 feet and moves more freely than its forelegs. Its licks can cause paralysis. Alright, just Chansey left. Of course, in Gen 1 does not have any evolutions. Nothing evolves into it, it does not evolve into anything. The following generation, it'll get an evolution. 2 gens later, it'll get a pre-evolution. It is not particularly common for a Pokemon to be revealed as a middle stage evolution after the gen in which it was revealed. That also happened with Roselia, although its pre-evolution and evolution were shown at the same time. And I don't know if I can think of any other examples. vertical lines. Yeah, Ditto shows up at a really high level down here. Level 65. I'll ride on. Something that I didn't realize is how often Pokemon from generation to generation have had their base stats changed. I used to think that was something that was, you know, really rare, only happened to a tiny amount of Pokemon, but it's happened quite a bit. Hey! There's Chansey. And it's often in response to them overperforming at, like... This game is so fucking dog shit, man. Oh my god. As bad as Scarlet and Violet are, at least they don't have that problem. Oh my fucking god, dude. Absolutely insane. And apparently, that's something you have to do in Gen 2 as well. In Gen 2, you also have to manually change boxes. It took them until Gen 3 to remove that restriction. It's mind-blowing that they thought that was a good idea for 2 gens. And now that I'm on the floor where I don't want to catch any Pokemon, the encounter rate is as high as it possibly can be. Fuck me, man. Well, that's not the way I want to go. Encounter rates on the way back down are merciful. Let's see if the amount of time it takes to get another Chansey is also merciful. Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, let's get the hell out of here. That should be everything that I'd be interested in getting here. Yeah, okay. We're done with Cerulean Cave now. Egg. A gentle and kind-hearted Pokemon that shares its nutritious eggs if it sees an injured Pokemon. Yeah, you bet it was transferred to Bill's PC. Upgrade your fucking infrastructure, Bill. Lynette would never. Lynette's got my back. If nobody got me, I know Lynette got me. Can I get an amen? Bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Okay. So, we've taken care of everything at Cerulean Cave. How about some other routes? Let's see here. How about Route 25? Anything there? Yes. Okay. Fuck off! That NPC. Piece of garbage. I hate you. Kill yourself. Die. I actually don't know what the border between Route 24 and Route 25 is. Because there's no little thing going down saying, oh, you're in Route 25 now. I'm pretty sure this is Route 25, though. That is to say, let's break out the Super Rod. We'll be looking for both Krabby and Kingler here. Krabby's cry has, like, not changed at all in comparison to how it was in the original games. Like, it still sounds all, like, crackly to... It sounds pretty much exactly the same in later gens. Its pincers are superb weapons. They sometimes break off during battle, but they grow back fast. Alright, let's see if we can get the evolved version now. It's probably wishful thinking to expect them to appear back to back. Maybe the Super Rod should be closer to the top, huh? Yeah. The position of your cursor is not saved after a battle, so... let's just do that. In case we're in it for the long haul, which we may very well could be. Okay, cool. There's Kingler. Won't be the last of our use of the Super Rod, though. Those are the only two in Route 25. One claw grew massively and as hard as steel. It has 10,000 HP strength. However, it is too heavy. I assume that HP does not stand for hit points. Does it stand for horsepower? Do you measure the grip strength of something in horsepower? Then again, I don't even really know what horsepower is a measurement of. Yeah, it's a measurement of power. Which makes sense since it's horsepower. Apparently it was actually coined by James Watt, according to this AI overview. And, of course, power is measured in watts. Named after him. I share my birthday with James Watt. Let me just check real quick. Something... about this. Okay, just wanted to check that. Yeah, it's a unit of power, not a unit of force. Although... force across a distance becomes energy, and the derivative of energy with respect to time becomes power. So, they're somewhat related, but not exactly. Okay, anyway. So we got those taken care of. Let's see. After Route 25, where should we go next? Let's head south of Cerulean City and go to Route 5. What Pokemon await us in Route 5? Definitely some of them. So it's worth going there. Oh. I didn't realize one of my Pokemon was with me. That I caught there. I don't even know if I want that to be the case. I might want to fix that. Although, now that I think about it, if there is a 6th member of our team that we have with us, we probably want it to be Paris, since that's the Pokemon that we have with Cut, so... Let's see. I don't remember what... what box I had Paris in, so we'll see. I also don't remember if I gave it a... Yeah, I did give it a nickname. HM Symbiote, I think, was its nickname. There it is. Additionally, we now have 63 Pokemon registered to the Dex. Not only is that enough for the EXP All, that is also enough to get the National Dex in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Now, remind me where the EXP All is. Route 15, okay. When we go to Route 15, I will pick that up. Fancy meeting you here, Rattata. Could have shown up a lot quicker on Route 2. Instead of being statistically impossibly difficult to show up for some reason. Oh! Hello, Abra. I don't think I already have an Abra, so... yeah. Let's go for it. Don't have to worry about it teleporting away. Yeah, there you go. Sleeps 18 hours a day. If it senses danger, it will teleport itself to safety even as it sleeps. is a different Pokemon that we're looking for in this grass. And it has shown up here before. It's taking its sweet time coming back. Assuming that I didn't already catch it. I don't think I did. Let me check to make sure. Yes, I did not already catch Jigglypuff. And yes, this will also give us a good opportunity to check on the Pokemon in the daycare. If there is one. I'm not sure if there is one. I guess we'll find out. Although, I would not be able to take it back. Because I'd need space in my party to do so. And why would they ever put a PC inside of the daycare for you to rectify the situation right there? And they can make you go all the way back to a Pokemon Center in order to use the PC. There's also a Pokemon even rarer than Jigglypuff that has also not shown up here. I would not be particularly happy if it shows up before Jigglypuff does. Plenty of Abra here. Also, the encounter variety is much more plentiful in yellow on this route than it is in red or blue. In red, you can only get Pidgey, Oddish, and Mankey here. In blue, you can only get Pidgey, Meowth, and Bellsprout here. But in yellow, you can find Pidgey, Pidgeotto, Rattata, Jigglypuff, and Abra. Actually, just a moment here. I do want to check a couple things ahead of time. Okay. I'll have to see if I caught multiple Clefairy, because I do need to get 2. There it is. Already? Oh, wait, I have the wrong box selected. Fuck me. God, this game is so bad. Oh, oops. There's your bingo card. Yeah, we're on box 2, so yeah, it is full. Unfucking believable. Well, let's see. How many Clefairy do we have? I did pick up the Eevee, so... we also, I think, need a second Cubone, so... at least I think we do. Yeah, we definitely want to get... a second Cubone. Okay, let me make sure there aren't any Clefairy in here. Yep, there are none. I see one Clefairy there. And none here. And then it's just Doom Bloom in there. Okay. And there are currently 4 Pokémon in here. And that means we can store another 16. What the fuck are these NPCs? Oh my god! What, is Game Freak gonna issue a patent on those too? Wow, instantly another Jigglypuff. Okay. Well, we take those. Uses its alluring eyes to enrapture its foe. It then sings a pleasuring melody that lulls the foe to sleep. By level, it's grown by 1. Okay. You're great, dude. You're the best around. Alright, that's the only thing that we wanted on Route 5. So, let's go over... Might as well enter Saffron. Hi, thanks for the cool drinks. Okay, that was me, that was not you. Huh, okay. Interesting. Just inspecting some of what I have written down here. Okay. Let me make sure I have Lapras. I do. Okay. Sweet. Then I believe we have everything we need from Saffron City, so let's keep going. What can we get ourselves on Route 6? Not Route 65. Psyduck, which I already caught. Goldeen, which I already caught. And that's it. Okay. In that case, how about Vermilion City? Just the Squirtle that we already picked up. Which means, how about we instead head west of Saffron. Potentially. Anything we can get a Route 7? Yes, no. No, okay. Because we already got Abra. How about Enceladon? Just the game corner and the Eevee in the mansion, it looks like. In which case, let's actually go east of Saffron, potentially? Anything we can get a Route 8? Yes, okay. Although it is a low percent encounter, so we may be doing this for a little while. Formation of trainers. Oh, well, I'm glad I have HM Symbiote on me. We're looking for Kadabra here, which is a 5% encounter. As you can probably gather, Pidgey is the most common Pokémon in this route. And Abra itself is got 4 times the encounter rate of Kadabra. It's also worth noting that a couple of Pokémon in yellow, in preparation for future Pokédex entries, or future backlog entries, where I will need to transfer Pokemon from them. Okay. Well, that is a 10% chance. It's more likely than Kadabra. There are a couple Pokemon I'll be catching 2 of. Not very many, though. There's our first Abra. Can we get our first Kadabra right after? Let's see. Nope, another Abra. At least I think that's my first Abra on this route. The other one, that is. I wasn't paying full attention. But I would have known Kadabra's cry. So. The tree grew back. That's funny that it grows back just from doing wild encounters. Yeah, Jigglypuff? It's another 10% encounter. That's another 10% encounter. Kadabra is the only 5% encounter on this route. It is the least likely Pokemon to show up. But it's the one we're looking for. Again, I could just level up the Abra, but I don't want to do that. This is a self-imposed restriction of mine. If you're wondering, no, this is not one of the Pokemon we need to get two of. Hey, there we go. Sprite doesn't look half bad in this game. Is that the only thing we want on Route 8? Yes, it is. Okay. Many odd things happen if this Pokemon is close by. For example, it makes clocks run backwards. Interesting. Alright, so that's Route 8. Okay, yeah. Alright, we're gonna fly back to Cerulean City. And I am first gonna go west of Cerulean City to go back to Mount Moon to catch myself a second Clefairy. And then we're going to go east of here, in order to get to Route 9. Assuming, of course, that there are Pokemon that we want to get on Route 9. Let's see. Yes. Wait. I already have that one. Okay, never mind. What about Rock Tunnel? Yes, there are Pokemon we want to get out of Rock Tunnel, so we'll go there anyway. Oh, wait, I can't go to Mount Moon this way. There's a ledge. I can imagine I'll also need this Clefairy in my party when I go do the in-game trade, which I'll do right after I catch it. Okay. I don't know if I've already caught Geodude, actually. Let me check. I know I've caught Graveler. I've not caught Geodude, okay. So if I encounter another one here, I'll catch it. Obviously, we already have Zubat. No shortage of Zubats down here. Whoa, Zubat. Whoa, Zubat. Wow, Zubat. Man, there are a lot of Zubats here. What kind of trainer would I be if I didn't catch them all? Nice. Precisely what I was looking for, and also no Geodude along the way. Very good. Alright, so let's get that Clefairy. Oh, it's newest first organized in the box. Interesting. But deposited Pokemon get put last. Make that make sense. Okay, well, anyway. There is an in-game NPC trade on Route 2. If you have a Clefairy, someone will trade you a Mr. Mime. I don't remember who. Get new kinds of Pokemon for other types outside of Viridian Forest. If you go into Viridian Forest, be careful, it's a natural maze. Okay. Well, shit. It looks like, in order to actually access the in-game trade, I may need Cut. And I wouldn't happen to have Cut on me either, so gonna have to go and get HM Symbiote back. That's annoying. Rare footage of an NPC not walking to get in my way. Darkest dungeons. Where is he? Where's the guy? There we go. I'm looking for Clefairy. Want to trade one for Mr. Mime? Okay, connect the cable like so. It's my first time doing an in-game trade in this game. This is also the only way of getting Mr. Mime in this game. That's interesting. It's also... I went to trainer. It's also not playing the evolution music. For Yeldan's Clefairy, trainer sends Mr. Mime. Trainer waves farewell as Mr. Mime is transferred. And I give my farewell salute to the Clefairy I just caught as well. The OT is trainer. Take good care of Mr. Mime. That I will. He will have a luxury penthouse in PC box number 3. YellowDan traded Clefairy for Mr. Mime. Hey, thanks. Isn't my old Mr. Mime great? Oh, his name is Miles. I didn't realize it would still have a nickname in Gen 1. Okay. I didn't know in-game trades in Gen 1 were nicknamed. I know they are in later gens, but yeah. Also, I didn't realize it would be Miles. The nickname that I actually know, because I'm pretty sure this is not the only game where Mr. Mime can be obtained for an in-game trade. Yeah, it can also be done in Red and Blue for an Abra. And it can also be done in Fire Red and Leaf Green for an Abra. And I believe in at least some of the other games, the nickname it has is Mimian. But yes, okay, so we now have our Mr. Mime, Miles the Mr. Mime. Let's go back to Cerulean City. We'll get our party all arranged once again. And then I'm going to run a quick BRB, so I need to hit the bathroom. And when I am back, we will head to Rock Tunnel to catch some more Pokemon. Our Pokedex is currently sitting at 67. 6'7"? 6'7"? 6'7"? Anyway. Alright. I will see you guys in just a bit. Alright, we are back. Let's get into things. I'm being meowed at by Pepper. Alright. So, Rock Tunnel is to the east. Also to the east is the power plant, where I think we'll also be catching some Pokemon. So, yeah. Quite the expedition will be going on. I think that surf route takes you to the power plant. And then down here is Rock Tunnel. Look at all those trees. You really wanted to fucking avoid that trainer, I guess. Okay, so. Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel! What do we want to get in Rock Tunnel? We want to get Machop. We want to get Onix. And, I think that's it. Yeah, okay. And we want to get both of those in B1F, it looks like. Although, Machop can be found in 1F as well. Who knows, we might get one right here. Fuck yeah, let's go, baby. That's a 10% encounter, by the way, compared to the 40% Geodude, which we would have also caught, and the 50% Zubat. Hell yeah, we take those. Very powerful in spite of its small size. Its mastery of many types of martial arts makes it very tough. Onix cannot be found on 1F, by the way. What the Okay. I guess I completely forgot that the ladder animation is instantaneous if you're in a dark cave. Completely threw me off. Let's go! First try, Onix. That's also a 10% encounter. Yeah, hit a 1 in 10 on the first try. Burrows at high speed in search of food. The tunnels it leaves are used as homes by Diglets. Once again, the inconsistent use of the plural form of Pokémon names. I thought that the plural of a Pokémon species name is just that species name, without anything concatenated to the end of it. That is, in fact, not the case. As shown there by Diglets, plural. Anyway, let's get out of Rock Tunnel. Got in and out of there real quick. Very nice. Alright, Power Plant. This is where we can get Magneton, and also where we can get Voltorb. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I already got Electrode here, or there. Yes, I did. Because Electrode cannot be found normally in the power plant, but they are fake items, but that means that the supply of Electrode there is non-renewable, so I caught one of them. Catching one is also easier said than done because they know, like, self-destruct and explosion and stuff, so just because you encounter one doesn't mean you'll be catching it. Fuck. Went the wrong way. Oh, no cycling ladder. Oh, out here, of course. Alright. So we're looking for Magneton, and we're looking for Voltorb. And if we find Magnemite here, we'll catch it too. I also don't think we have a Grimer yet, so I suppose we can catch that. Made of hardened sludge, it smells too putrid to touch. Even weeds won't grow in its path. There's Magneton. Nice. Generates strange radio signals. It raises the temperature by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit within 3,300 feet. That's quite a wide range. Although I do suppose radio waves are the ones with the longest wavelengths. And we also get a Magnemite here. Why not? It is born with the ability to defy gravity. It floats in air on powerful electromagnetic waves. Alright, we're just looking for Voltorb now. Would be great if Voltorb is this encounter right here. Damn, okay. I didn't expect Magneton to be this common. Sadly cannot cycle in here, so I must slowly walk around to try and generate encounters. Hey, there we go. So up next is Route 10. The only Pokemon that we'd want to get there is Magnemite, which we already got. It is said to camouflage itself as a Pokeball. It will self-destruct with very little stimulus. Can I dig out of here? You bet I can. So, no Route 10 necessary, so we can head straight to Lavender Town. And I learned something unexpected about the Lavender Town theme. It's really long before it loops. In my library, I strictly follow the standard of having all of my music be 2 loops and a fade out with video game tracks. I've talked about this before. As a result, stuff like the Pokemon Tower theme is a little over 2 minutes long. The Mount Moon theme stands out, being almost 3 minutes long. Viridian Forest is 3.5 minutes long. Lavender Town, almost 5.5 minutes. A single loop is about 2 minutes and 40 seconds, which is really long, even by today's standards. And it's all because of what you're about to hear. Listen closely. The second sound channel is desynced in terms of its measures from the first sound channel. And they only sync up after 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Although if you really want to get specific about it, it's actually twice that length. It's actually more like 5 minutes and 20 seconds for a single loop. because the second go-around, that part right there is an octave higher. But it's such a small difference that I decided not to account for it in my library. But I could have easily been even more of a stickler and required accounting for that, in which case, the Lavender Town theme in my library might have been over 10 minutes long. But let me see here. So, we do want to be here to catch some Pokémon in the Pokémon Tower. Ghastly and Haunter, as you'd expect, but I also am interested in getting a second Cubone. Bum, 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 bum. Darn, the ghost can't be ID'd. Oh. Wait. Is every wild encounter here gonna be a ghost? Do I need the fucking scope? Oh, shit. Damn it! I didn't think about that. Oh. Okay, see, this wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for such fucking limited bag space. Anyway. Yeah, okay, we need the Sylph Scope. That went perfectly with the music. On beat and everything. The hook just acted as another measure. That's better. Said to appear in decrepit, deserted buildings. It has no real shape as it appears to be made of a gas. Does make you wonder if it's a real ghost. Boom the ghost, boom it all the way. Alright, let's try and get our hands on a Haunter here as well. It is a 5% encounter to get Haunter here, it looks like. Oh! Oh my god! I was about to be ready for the long haul. I guess not. Let's go, baby. Oh, that makes me happy. Okay, well, we do have to do another 5% encounter to get this Cubone. But the alternative is trying to get it in Safari Zone, which I'd rather not do. So. By licking, it saps the victim's life. It causes shaking that won't stop until the victim's demise. Oh! That's what happens in the theme song to Charmander. That's a little concerning. Alright, this is the floor on which we can get Cubone. 5% encounter. We can also get it on the next 2 floors. The same percent chance of finding it. Alright, so we got extraordinarily lucky on the most recent 5% encounter. I don't know if the same luck can grace me here. Guess we'll see how long it takes. Of course, Haunter is still a 5% encounter on these floors. That hasn't changed, so... Equal chance of encountering Cubone and encountering another Haunter. Yeah, Pepper agrees. There's another Haunter. Two Haunter in a row? That's a 1 in 400. Well, 1 in 400 for it to happen in isolation. Obviously, the chances for that are a little higher as you do more encounters. But that is pretty crazy. We got 2 Haunters in a row before a single Cubone. Let that sink in. Hey, there we go. Nice. Alright, the reason we did that is because there is a particular in-game trade we'll be doing later on. That we send Cubone to get ourselves. Okay, well, with the Pokémon Tower out of the way... Let's see here. Chuck some more locations. I do believe you're about to hear... a Cub 1, I agree. You're about to hear a Windows error sound. It's me, it's not you. Okay. Okay. Alright. Up next, let's head over to Route 12, which is south of Lavender Town. And it's time for some more Super Rod action. Let's see what we got in store today. Oh, first try. You love to see it. I actually don't know what the chances of that are. Let me see. If you use a Super Rod, it is a 30% chance to encounter Seadra. So we hit the 30. A few years since you've seen one of those in the wild. Well, there you go. In the flesh. They really called it the Dragon Pokemon. And didn't give it the Dragon type. That's crazy. Touching the back fin causes numbness. It hooks its tail to coral to stay in place while sleeping. Okay, let's see. So that happened nice and quick. Let's see what else we can get our hands on. We can head farther south to Route 13. Get our hands on a horsey. Anything else that we can get there? No, okay. How about Route 14? Yes, okay. That was me. And then Route 15 is where we can get one of the key items. I think the EXP all. So, let's go on a journey. I think we can also get something else here. The item finder, maybe? Or... not there. Different gate, okay. I think this is Route 13 now. Either way, I think it's a pretty high chance of getting Horsey here, so might as well do our fishing here. Alright, let's see. Beautiful. Oh, we're now down to below 100 Master Balls, so it's actually displaying correctly. I don't think we'll need to get any more, so... For those wondering why I have 99 Master Balls, now 98, that's because I performed the long-range trainer glitch to encounter Missing No with the Master Ball in the 6th slot in my inventory, which maximized the count, and I believe I had 129 of them at its peak. So at this point I've used 31 of them. If it senses any danger, it will vigorously spray water or a special type of ink from its mouth. Alright, sweet. I do dare believe that is the only thing I was interested in Route 13. Is that true? Yes, it is. And then there is one thing we are interested in getting in Route 14. So let's get a move on to get there. Is this Route 14? Uh-oh. Sport fishing area. Oh, is this where the Pikachu minigame is? I'll play the Pikachu minigame at some point. Not today, though. This is fucking weird. I forgot about the bizarre layout of this area. Alright. So, we are on the hunt for a Venonat. Got a Venomoth earlier in Cerulean Cave. We'd like to get its pre-evolution now. Venonat here is a 19% encounter. Venomoth is actually a 1% encounter, so very good we're not trying to get one of those. Pidgeotto, huh? That's a 10%. I'd rather not get one of those. I already used one on my team. Same goes for Bellsprout. Already got me Doombloom. Don't need another. Doombloom's the one and only. And Mewtwo's the one and lonely. As you can tell by its nickname. It sure likes to give me literally everything except for Venonat. Knowing my luck, it'll give me the 1% Venomoth first. Or the 5% Gloom. Instead of the 19% Venonat. The 5% Weepin' Bell showing up before Venonat. We've now gotten both 5% encounters on this route. The chance of encountering either of those together is barely over half the chances of encountering what I'm looking for. But why would what I'm looking for show up? Why would it? Apparently you can get Ditto here in red and blue. You can actually get it in a ton of different places in red and blue. Okay. I knew it was more plentiful in red and blue than it was in yellow. I didn't know it was that plentiful. There's like 4 different routes and multiple different, like, other locations you can get it in. I am in Route 14, right? Maybe I'm not. Oh, shit. I don't think I am. I might be in Route 15 right now. Uh-oh. I think I'm in Route 15. Yeah, I think I am. Oops. Again, I didn't really have any way of knowing. This grass patch should be part of Route 14, though. Currently attempting a Pokemon Blue Nuzlocke. Good luck. If you can, I suppose my advice would be try and do some encounter routing to get your hands on Psychic types, since those are very strong in red and blue. The fun for you with Nuzlocke is having no clue what you'll get. I mean, yeah, I'd say that's probably the fun in any Nuzlocke, but there's also some fun to be had with the strategy, too. Okay, well, Pidgey in the grass here, which does not show up in the grass in Route 15, so I know I'm on Route 14. Wait, what? Hold on. Wait a minute. Where the hell am I? Pidgey's not supposed to show up in Route 14's grass either. Uh-oh. Did I backtrack too hard and end up in fucking and end up in Route 13? Uh-oh. Somehow I missed the Pokemon that I wanted to get in Route 12. Of which there are several, and Farfetch'd is actually one of them. I am completely fucking discombobulated right now. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, well... let's just try and make sure that we're in the correct route here. Bit of a grind king, got all your encounters up to Viridian Forest, now grinding your team to level 9 before doing the optional rival battle. Yeah. I know which fight you're talking about. I don't think this is the right one either. What is happening? Is the town map gonna tell me where I am? I'm in Route 12? Oh, I'm not even far south enough. I was in Route 12 this whole time. God damn, okay. That's another piece of advice. When you're in areas that are, like, back-to-back routes, and it's difficult to tell, you know, what route you're in, be sure to check the town map. Okay, well, anyway, if I do happen to be in Route 12, there are a number of Pokémon that I'm interested in getting here. That I did not already get. There's Slowpoke and Slowbro, Farfetch'd, and we already got Snorlax in the other one, okay. You do your best not to overlevel the next gym leader, never super strict. Happen to go over, won't worry, just won't grind over the whole... Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way. Sometimes you just end up being over the next gym leader's level. And it just happens, you know? Okay, well I need a surf in order to encounter these, so... Like in Black 2, where I was not doing a Nuzlocke, but I did want to stay below certain level caps, I often found myself over-leveled. In fact, I do believe I was actually over-leveled for the Elite Four. So there wasn't much I could do about it. There's Slowpoke. Incredibly slow and sluggish. It is quite content to loll about without worrying about the time. Okay, so before we make the same mistake again, I'm gonna actually fly back to Lavender Town. And check the box capacity. Which, by the way, is another thing that you and your Pokemon Blue Nuzlocke need to worry about, is box capacity. Because if you get your first encounter on the route, and your box is full, you can't catch it. You have to manually go to the PC, and choose Change Box. Okay, so let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay. We can get one more Pokemon here, it looks like. You think I'm good enough to not lose anyone regularly? I mean... Eventually, in Nuzlocks, you do scale, and you end up pretty comfortable with whatever team that you have. It can take a little while to get there, though. But yes, if you're not, you know, frequently playing around critical hit ranges, it's not uncommon to unexpectedly lose team members. Where am I at? I'm on Route 12, okay. Well then, let's surf. See if we can get ourselves a Slowbro. Play a Let's Go Nuzlocke and lost your Pikachu you caught in Viridian Forest in Viridian Forest. Insane. I was doing, a special Nuzlocke challenge with some rules I added in Alpha Sapphire, and I kind of got my ass kicked by, a trainer that had, I think it was a Meryl with Rollout, and Rollout started, doing a lot of damage. It's one of those moves where, like, if you're prepared to deal with rollout, it's not a problem at all. But it can really catch you off guard. While I do think that Whitney's team is a fraud, it's definitely the kind of team where if you are unprepared for it, it will punish you. So let's see, what kind of rates are we dealing with right here? Trying to get this, this here slope of the Slowbro. It is a 5% encounter. While surfing, where there's no way to speed up your movement. So, might be here for a while. First ever run of Brilliant Diamond. No, it's easier than the originals, but never played the originals. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are, in fact, not easier than the originals. They are, in fact, a fair bit more difficult than Diamond and Pearl. There are quite a few trainers in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl that were made considerably harder by having, like, coverage moves you wouldn't expect. There's an early game doubles fight that has two Abras that both have Energy Ball. So, and a bunch of the gym leaders were made more difficult, especially Gardenia. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are some of the harder Pokemon games. We got to the Elite Four, seriously underleveled, not confident, decided to go in, see what you're up against. First tried the Elite Four and Champion. It's pretty badass. I remember when I was finishing off what I wanted to do in Pokemon White, which was the last game that I completed before starting the backlog, I wanted to rematch the Elite Four and defeat the Undella Town Cynthia fight. But I also didn't want to grind. So I went into the Elite Four, woefully underleveled, and miraculously made it out. Those fights essentially inspired the backlog to be a streamed series. Hello, Slowbro. Because I did not want any other moments like that to not have surviving footage. Lives lazily by the sea. If the shelter on its tail comes off, it becomes a slowpoke again. Also, I've always been confused by this. That is not a Shelder. Okay? Shelder do not have teeth. Shelder has a tongue, and that's it. Anyway, there is another Pokemon that we want to get on this route, but my box is full, so I have to fly all the way back to Lavender Town in order to manually change it again. Yeah, I miraculously made it out, despite being like 10 levels below the Elite Four. The amount of, like, crits I was hitting, flinches I was hitting, inaccurate moves I was landing, it was ridiculous. And then the exact same thing happened in the Cynthia fight, where I was even more underleveled. I was like 20 levels under. And I ended up setup sweeping the entire team. I got a bunch of coils up with my Superior, and then swept her entire team except for Garchomp, which barely survived a hit from, I think it was Leaf Blade. And I'm trying to remember what, oh, it was, so it barely lived, and then it missed Dragon Rush. So I won. That was the moment right there where I was like, okay, I cannot do any more of this without surviving footage. I'm streaming this stuff from now on. And rest is history. Genuinely scared for Cynthia. I always heard she was the hardest champion in the entire series. So Cynthia in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in terms of, like, actual champion fights, is probably the hardest. In terms of Pokemon final bosses, I would say Getsus in Black and White is probably the toughest fight of any of them. The Getsus fight in Black and White is very hard. That Hydreigon that he has is an absolute menace. Okay, I'm trying to figure out where the hell I can get this Farfetch'd. That's apparently in Route 12's grass? Where the hell's grass in Route 12? But yeah, the Cynthia fight in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl is no joke. I did actually lose to it when I was first playing through the game, but that's because I was listening to my friend who did not know how to count. And he told me that Cynthia's Garchomp was out of Earthquakes. It was in fact not out of Earthquakes. So the second time around, I chose not to trust him, and I ended up winning with a really cheesy strategy where I would repeatedly deal damage to her Pokemon by setting up weather effects and damaging them with my Drifblim's Aftermath ability. The Misty strategy, all-out offensive, don't use support moves ever except maybe heal moves. Yeah, you might wanna consider changing that. At least in terms of, like, setup moves. Definitely have some setup moves on your team. You don't have to get all crazy with you know, creative support moves and all that. But you gotta have some setup moves in there. Get yourself like a Swords Dance, or something like that, or Growth in Gen 1. Growth is one of the better setup moves in Gen 1, because Special is such a good stat. So, yeah. Where was I? Alright, I wanted to cut down this tree. What the hell's even happening here? Catch Magikarp all the time, but they're so weak. What is this? I'm gonna save in case this is something I don't want to pick up. No more room for items? What? What is this? Okay, I think this is an iron. for items. You son of a bitch. Well, you know what? I don't need the Sylph Scope in my inventory anymore, so I'll put that back in the PC. Another annoying thing to consider. The heavily limited item space in your bag. Let me make sure I actually changed boxes, too. I'm paranoid. Okay, yeah, alright. We're good. Played Pokemon Blue before it was the first Pokemon the year they released. The game's just never been able to mentally give up a turn to attack to set up. Yeah, you'll definitely want to try and overcome that mental block, because there are some very strong setup moves. If you know you're up against a Pokemon that is not going to take you out in one hit, and you've got an offensive setup move, let it rip. All of a sudden, the rest of the team becomes way easier to manage. Where the hell is this fucking grass that is apparently somewhere here? Is it on like an island? I wonder. Alright, well now we can pick this up. Blue was also technically my first Pokemon game. I say technically because while it was the first Pokemon game I ever had, I basically just didn't play it at all because it did not interest me. And I also, at that time, a game with that much dialogue and this genre just did not interest me. Which is a lack of interest I eventually outgrew. Matured and started enjoying RPGs, something that the average Nintendo YouTuber could not relate to. Let's see, am I in Route 12 right now? Yes, I am. Let's see if we can get ourselves a Farfetch'd here. Played it all the time, yeah. The first Pokemon game that I, like, seriously got into was the second Pokemon game I got, which was when I was a fair bit older. And by a fair bit older, I mean I was 10 years old instead of 6 years old. And it was Emerald. I got super into Emerald. Emerald was my childhood Pokemon game. If I didn't grow up in the Bean Kingdom, I would have grown up in the Hoenn region. Feel old now? Yeah. That makes two of us. You're 13 when Pokemon Blue released. Well, a lot of the other people in my chat make me feel old, so I suppose it goes around. I was not alive when Pokemon Blue released. But it wasn't much long after that I was born, so. But it's not uncommon that I'll see posts about somebody being like, ah yes, Sun and Moon, my childhood Pokemon games. In case you needed a reminder, Pokemon Sun and Moon are turning 10 years old next year. And to date, they are still my favorite Pokemon games in the series. But yeah, the Hoenn region was my childhood. And now, it is firmly in the first third of the franchise's mainline releases. Black and white were your child. Shut up, baby. The people who had Pokemon Black and White as their childhood games are old enough to vote now. And, White was also one of my first Pokemon games. I loved it to death. Of course, Gen 5 fans have essentially taken the place of Gen 1ers now, in the Pokemon fandom, as the most annoying wing of them. Gen 5 really did not get the respect it deserved when it first came out, and because of that, Gen 5 fans like to act like eternal victims in the Pokemon community, and like to act like Gen 5 still doesn't get the attention it deserves, when in reality it is the most popular and most loved generation in the entire franchise, in current day. And has gotten an absolute boatload of fan service in Scarlet and Violet. But they still act like they only get table scraps. Took a teenager, I'm too cool for Pokemon break from Pokemon After Fire Red until Black 2. Very relatable. My I'm too cool for Pokemon era happened before I was a teenager. But, you know, then I actually played a Pokemon game and I was like, this game might actually be too cool for me. But yeah, I played a bunch of White, and then I played a ton of X when X and Y came out. And a ton of Alpha Sapphire when that came out as well. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are also some of my favorites. I've since gone back and bought all the DS-era Pokemon main series games. Well, I kind of want to do a backlog challenge, become champion in every game. Yeah, the Pokemon series is also a big inspiration for the backlog in general, of just like, here's all of these games in a particular order that I want to play. And I eventually incorporated some of the much older games like this one into it. Especially considering I have this and Crystal on the Virtual Console. Which means I can directly transfer these Pokemon to the newer games. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are your first ever pre-order games, first ever midnight release games. I've never been to a midnight release for a video game. I've gotten plenty of games on day one. I've never been to a midnight release. Because there have basically been two eras of me as a gamer. The era of me being too young for my parents to let me go to a midnight release, and the era of I can't go to a midnight release because I have work tomorrow. So, you know, it's not usually feasible for me to go to a midnight release, but I've gotten plenty of games on day one. And a lot of games that I would love to get day one and have gotten day one aren't usually they aren't usually major enough in terms of sales and notoriety to get a midnight launch in the first place. Like Mario and Luigi Brothership is my game of the year from last year. I don't think that's the kind of game that has enough publicity to have a midnight release. But I did absolutely show up to the GameStop that morning and pick up my copies, plural. There's Far-Fetched. The first game I ever got on day one was Mario & Luigi Dream Team back in 2013. Ever since then, I've gotten quite a few games on day one. Lives where reedy plants grow. They are rarely seen, so it's thought their numbers are decreasing. Well, the amount of time it took for me to encounter one certainly lends credence to that idea. Remember, at the Oraz midnight release, the manager from GameStop, or EB Games as it is over here, came out at 11:30 p.m. and was like, if you guys promise not to post anything online until midnight, we'll give you the games now. Yeah, that's happened a fair bit I've seen before, is people end up getting their copies of a game like a day or two before. Although I think nowadays the main reason for that is people are just like, they get a digital copy of it and they set their system to like New Zealand time, so it comes out earlier for them or something. Although I think for some of the most recent game systems you can't do that exploit anymore, but I know that was a thing for some time. Okay, so we have Far-Fetched now. That should be everything that we wanted to get on Route 12. Yes, okay. Now let's go back and still try and, you know, get ourselves a Venonat. First game I ever got on day, and it was entirely on a whim because leading up to the release I didn't want the game at all, but on the day of release... Oh! That's probably the worst possible game to get on day one. Unfortunate. Considering that, you know, it took, like, what, until day 1000 before it was worth playing. And even then, the people who are hyping, the day one build wasn't, like, terrible. It was just, you know, repetitive. The game itself was impressive from a technical standpoint. It's just that there was a lot of, you know, false advertising. And it took them, like, 4 years to deliver on their promises. And then, you know, after taking that long to deliver on their promises, the industry chooses to reward this behavior and say, actually, it's okay for everybody to spend their $60, now $70 on a game and then wait 4 years for it to be good. And so because of that, people shrugged off a bunch of other terrible releases like Cyberpunk. Alright, so this should be a grass patch where we can actually get ourselves Venonat. Went on quite the rabbit hole there. trying to be in the right area to get a Venonat. That's what happens when there are so many of these roots stuck together without, you know, a proper node like a city to to tell them apart. No little, you know, slider coming down saying what route you're in whenever you change locations. No change in music either. Not that you'd hear the change of music if you're on your bike anyway. Because in this game, if you're on your bike, the music doesn't change even if you go into a different area, as long as you stay on the bike. Which is not the case in a lot of other Pokemon games. I don't know if I want to use the tiny indie company excuse for, well, for any game, to be honest. You make a promise, you make a promise. Doesn't matter if you're in over your head, you shouldn't have promised it. But No Man's Sky, along with Sun and Moon, is going to be turning 10 years old next year. So, yeah, its large eyes act as radars. In a bright place, you can see that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. There's your Venonat. Alright, so now that we have our Venonat, where do we go next? Well, there is, I believe, an item waiting for us in Route 15. The problem is, I don't have the bag space for it. So, let's see here. Fortunately, though, Route 15 is just east of Fuchsia, so I can just fly there. But yeah, even if the game, you know, could turn out to be good, there are plenty of decisions, particularly in the marketing, that the company can make that have really bad consequences for the industry. And an example that I bring up a fair bit that a lot of people don't like when I bring it up, because they don't like that it's the truth, is Hollow Knight Silksong. And how everybody just, you know, casually forgave the Hollow Knight Silksong team for being completely radio silent about the game for literal years, and allowing them to stifle conversation about what was actually announced at any game showcases in favor of what was not announced. Because people would rather talk about the one game that wasn't there, instead of the many games that plenty of indie companies worked on that were there. There's the EXP all. We're at 81 now, by the way. Over halfway to getting everything registered. And yeah, it spreads the EXP across the party. There's a fun little key item for us. So, Fuchsia City is, of course, home to the dreaded Safari Zone, which I will be tackling once I'm done encountering everything else in all of the other areas that I want to explore. That said, there is one Pokemon I do want to get here in Fuchsia City. Because you can actually get it with the Super Rod. It's a 10% chance. I just need to actually find a body of water that I can fish in here. Because a lot of them seem to be walled off. Can't go there. Somewhere around here there should be a body of water that I can get into. Or actually... Okay, it looks like I wouldn't be able to surf in it, which is interesting. Aha! There we go, okay. Super odd time. So yeah, 90% Magikarp, 10% Gyarados. We can, in fact, find ourselves a wild Gyarados in this area. Yeah, he certainly learned that the hard way. Because I remember that being one of the most exciting games that was shown off at E3 2015. Which was given even more attention by the fact that, A, Sony's conference that year was genuinely really good, and B, Nintendo's conference that year was not good. At least in the eyes of the general public. I thought it was fine. Might be here for a little while, because it takes a while to get these encounters. Especially if we don't get bites. Yeah, there's definitely been stories where Sony's influence on a game didn't have the best outcomes. I'd love to get a goddamn bite here, please. Oh my god. All that for a Magikarp. get one eventually. Still a few other areas that we'll want to get to after this, namely Victory Road. I'd be pretty happy if I could get all of the standard overworld encounters here before ending the stream today. At least the bite rate is treating me well. Not much else is, though. Can tell summer's ending. By this time during the summer, the sun would already be out. But not tonight. sure aren't a whole lot of Gyarados here, huh? It's a 10% encounter, allegedly. %10 chance, by the way. 10% chance for this Gyarados to show up. Apparently. Allegedly. There we go. Okay. That is Gyarados. Gyarados the Atrocious. Brutally vicious and enormously destructive. Known for totally destroying cities in ancient times. The wording there makes it seem like whoever wrote the entry is being sarcastic. Yeah, he's known for totally destroying cities and shit. Okay. Now then, that's the only one we wanted in Fuchsia. So now we have some other routes to contend with. 16, 17, and 18. Oops, that was me. That was not you. Already have Snorlax. Okay, there's a few birds we want to get on Route 17, it looks like. Yeah, okay. So let's head over to Celadon. next stop. I was gonna say, I think it puts you on your bike automatically. Because we are in Cycling Road now. Which also means that catching Pokemon here is going to be a huge pain in the ass, because we're going to move slowly in one direction. You can indeed find Ponyta here, but seeing as I used one on my team, I don't need to catch one. Said I don't need to catch one. There is Doduo. It's one of the ones we want to catch here. Oh, it was only a matter of time. It's time to try and get ourselves a 1% encounter for the first time. Dodrio. At least I think we'll be getting it here. Yes, yes we are. Oh boy. Oh boy! Its short wings make flying difficult. Instead, this Pokemon runs at high speed on developed legs. Yep, gotta lock in. I didn't get very lucky when I was trying to get that Gyarados. Hopefully I can get lucky here. It's not the only Pokemon we're looking to get here, by the way. Oh, I don't even think I can open the menu while I'm here. Shit. Okay, there we go. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah, alright. We are also looking to get Fearow here. A 25% encounter that hasn't even shown up yet. But the 24% encounter Ponyta sure loves to show up, and more often than Doduo. Be easily tricked into thinking this Ponyta was a 70% encounter here. Nope. It's a 24% encounter. Again, Fearow, apparently a 25% encounter here. Has not shown up at all. Pokemon Violet and Nuzlocke abuse? I mean, yeah, you are abusing yourself if you're playing Pokemon Violet, but I don't know what that means. Yeah. Big reason why I just don't use autocorrect on anything. It messes things up far more often than it fixes things. Fucking finally! This is a 25% encounter. You would have been convinced it was a 2.5% encounter. Well, let's do the thing that the Fire Red and Leaf Green Prima Guide recommends you do, and use a Master Ball on a Fearow. A Pokemon that dates back many years. If it senses danger, it flies high and away instantly. Now, because I'm paranoid, I will be flying back to Celadon now to make absolutely sure that there is space in my current PC box for the 1% Dodrio encounter. The last thing I want is to encounter the 1% Dodrio and not have the box space for it. Okay, we have plenty of space. Oh, interesting. So, oh, okay. Now the Fearow are gonna start pouring in, now that I've already caught one. So it's like an inherit lock, I guess. Interesting. Yeah. You're treating it almost like a Mega Man game, where you get the powers of the boss every time you beat one. Hey, there we go! Considering this is a 1% encounter, that honestly happened pretty fast. Let's go, baby! One of Doduo's two heads splits to form a unique species. It runs close to 40 miles per hour in prairies. Beautiful. Dodrio is indeed a 1%er. Why are we saying this? Okay. That should be everything that we want in this route. Yeah, okay. What's in Route 18? Shelter. More fishing. Okay, we're in Route 18, which means Super Rod, we try and get ourselves a shelter. And it is a 60% chance to get a shelter here, so the odds are very much in our favor to get one relatively fast. 40% tentacool. There you go. 60% shelter. And there's Shelter. My goat! After maxing out the trainer card in Brilliant Diamond, I've developed very much a soft spot for Shelter and Cloyster. Because my Cloyster in Brilliant Diamond's Battle Tower was unbelievably clutch. So, yeah, very much a fan of Shelter and Cloyster now. Although, without their abilities, they're not as good. And without the ability for them to hold items, they're also not as good. But still awesome. The shell can withstand any attack. However, when it is open, the tender body is exposed. Now for the Scarlet and Violet 10-hour opening cinematic. Yeah. It would probably be 5 hours if it ran at its intended frame rate. Yeah, everyone's always like, oh man, Sun and Moon, so handholdy, so slow at the beginning. At least it runs at the speed it's supposed to run. Okay, so that's Shelter. I believe that's the only Route 18 adventure we intend to go on. And with that... let's see what else we can encounter, because there is still routes 19 through 23, in addition to Seafoam, Cinnabar, and Victory Road. Start things off with Route 19. Anything in Route 19? Yes, that is actually where we want to catch Tentacool. Which, now that I think about it, I guess I'd never caught a Tentacool. Totally could have caught that one that I fished out first. Oops. That's fine. Alright, let's go surfing. Yeah, the Switch 2 does help a fair bit with the speed of Scarlet and Violet, although it also provides somewhat of a contradiction to a lot of Scarlet and Violet's defenders, where they were like, oh, you don't understand, Scarlet and Violet was just meant to be run on new hardware the whole time, which is not an excuse, by the way. It can sometimes be found all dry and shriveled up on a beach. Toss it back into the sea to revive it. Good conservation advice there. But they're like, yeah, I was meant to run on this new hardware instead. It's just way ahead of its time. This small indie company was just developing it for hardware. The Switch 2 is underpowered, guys. Never mind all of the games that look better and run better on the Switch 1. Okay, we're on Route 19 still, so I guess we'll go west. But now, like, on the Switch 2, yeah, it does run better. But the spawns on the Switch 2 are so excessive that you can't tell me it was meant to run on a system like this. It's like, it's ridiculous. They give away shiny Pokémon in the Switch 2 version of Scarlet and Violet like candy. The fuck do you mean this isn't the time to use that? Can I not fish while surfing? Is that a restriction in Gen 1? Oh no. That's crazy if true. The player can only fish from land, not while surfing. Oh my god. What is this gen, man? I guess because they didn't want to be bothered to make a fishing rod sprite while you're on the surfing Pokemon. Star you. I do believe I already got one of you. With the Super Rod, what I'm looking for should be a 40% encounter. And this right here is a 20% encounter, so... you know. That's the other 40% encounter. Game put all of my luck into getting that 1% Dodrio ahead of the odds. And I'm thankful for it. But it still hurts that I have to repay the favor with some not so good luck pretty much anywhere else. I also could have used that 1% pull luck in literally any of my pulls in Nikkei, but I guess that's not going to happen either. There's our Tentacruel, and we are once again going to take the Fire Red and Leaf Green Prima Guide's advice and use a Master Ball on a Tentacruel. Okay, so that is Tentacool and Tentacruel caught. Let's see, what else may we be looking for here? Anything else on Route 20? No. Route 21, nothing. Route 22, okay. I already have that, and I don't already have that. Okay. But before we get ahead of ourselves here, is there anything we want to get at Seafoam? Oh, shit. The answer is yes, there is. Okay. 80 tentacles can stretch something. They wrap around prey and weaken it with poison. Okay, we do in fact want to go to the Seafoam Islands. And we want to go down, down, down. I believe this is B1F here. And we want to go super deep in order to get the Pokemon we're looking for here. All the way down to B3F and B4F. I forgot my glider, redeploy! Oh god. I forgot about the water currents. The water currents with no visual indicator. Okay, I think I'm in B2F right now. Blah, 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 Pokemon, blah, 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 Pokemon. That is so true. Okay, well, it looks like it does save the fact that I have the boulders there, which is good. Wait, is this... No, okay. Wait, Seal, hello! You're one of the Pokemon I was looking for. Eat this Master Ball. I was gonna say, I thought that that little perch right there is where Articuno would be, but I don't think I'm that deep into it yet. Loves freezing cold conditions. Relishes swimming in a frigid climate of around 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. Now I'm especially confused as to what floor I'm on. Let me see. I am on B4F. How did I get there? Interesting, okay. Is it like a waterfall I went down, I guess? I'm trying to use my imagination. We want to be on B3F to have the optimal odds for the next Pokemon, I believe, which is Dugong. Dugong, let's see. Dugong actually has... Oh, it has the same odds on B4F and B3F, okay. But Seal's odds improved down here, which is probably why I had it listed as get Seal down here. The bike is on the table, fortunately. So this 5% encounter Dugong will hopefully show up soon. Seal the most common Pokemon down here? No, Zubat and Golbat are. Zubat and Golbat are half of the encounter table down here. And then Seal and Dugong together account for another quarter. And then the rest is made up of Krabby and Kingler. But you would be convinced by the current encounters that I'm getting right now that Seal is actually a 100% encounter down here. Because I have yet to encounter anything else. This is supposed to be a 20% chance, by the way. How many times have I hit a 20% chance in a row? Where's my calculator? Fuck. It's not within range of me, but it's definitely been like 8 or 9 Seals in a row. Okay, Jesus fucking Christ. That was getting into, like, statistical impossibility territory. I was about to be like, could you at least give me your evolution? At least have the decency to give me an evolved Seal. Overly excited rival with some kind of battling kink, yeah. I like Nimona, but she is, she can be a little, overbearing, I guess. One of the reasons I started to lose interest in Pokemon Masters is because Nimona's personality in Scarlet and Violet is basically, like, half of it's like the personality of half of the cast in Masters. There's Dugong. Like, you think you're having this interesting, you know, emotional moment where you're learning about a character. Psych, no, they just want to battle you. And that's like 90% of the story events in Pokemon Masters. Its entire body is a snowy white. Unharmed by even intense cold, it swims powerfully in icy waters. Alright, so that is Seal and Dugong. Which then leaves not very many things left. Anything that we want to get on Cinnabar Island. Okay. We may have a fossil to pick up at Cinnabar. So I'll make some space in my bag for that, I suppose. There are some people that genuinely dislike Nimona, and I think that's going a little too far. I definitely do not see the genuine dislike for her. It's not something I say I would agree with. That said, the people who try and defend the Nimona hate are just as annoying as the people that actually hate Nimona. Because they've said... First of all, they compare her to Blue, which is a completely different rival. And secondly, they've made claims about, like, supposedly believe... I've seen some people say that they think the hatred for Nimona is rooted in misogyny, which is a completely ridiculous thing to say about a Pokémon character. Where were you? Your fossil is back to life. It was Aerodactyl, like I think. Thank you, good sir. We have ourselves an Aerodactyl now. And it has the same cry as Vileplume. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm not used to special being below speed in the stat list. I'm like, what? It shouldn't have a higher speed stat? Because Aerodactyl is a speedy boy. Rest in peace to a dinosaur. Pterodactyl mixed with a T-Rex. T-Rex-didactyl. Pokedex is now sitting at 91 registered, and counting. And we're not stopping here. Still got a handful more I would like to get before I call it for the night. So let's see here. What else are we getting? Ah, yes. Okay. Route 22! Which I think is west of Viridian. Yes, it is. Okay. I intend to get myself a Mankey here. And yes, you can find the Nidoran here as well. Although I believe I already have my hands on both genders of Nidoran. Yes, okay. Used a Nidoking on my team in Fire Red. It was a very valuable team member. Pulled its weight in places you wouldn't expect. Like the Sabrina fight. Where to say it came up big would be an understatement. And Mankey is actually one of the Pokemon that I want to get 2 of. So, we'll be catching 2 of it. Reason being is one of them is getting transferred to another game. So... Nidoran of both genders can show up here. I was gonna say, where's the female Nidoran? It's more like a chick repellent! Here's Rattata. Got both of the 10% encounters here before we got the 20% encounter a single time. I would appreciate if I could return to Mankey. There's Mankey. An agile Pokemon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. Actually, now that I think about it, do I really need to catch a second one? Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll catch two. For a second, I thought I encountered another one back to back. Fuecoco named Sobek. Interesting choice. Sounds like the name you give to like a D&D character. Again, this Mankey is supposed to be a 20% encounter. If I was just getting unlucky on trying to, you know, find it once, maybe that would make sense, but no. I'm trying to find another one, and it's still not acting like a 20% chance. Makes me wonder how many of these percentages on Bulbapedia are flat out wrong. Alright, there's our second Mankey. Well, that was the easy part. I didn't want to do that, okay. Thank God. Okay. Because now, it's Route 23's encounters, of which there are a few. So let's see here. Of the Nidos, we did not get any evolutions. We can find Nidorina and Nidorino in the Route 23 grass. Nice, they're all neatly here. Then there's Poliwhirl that we can get with a Super Rod. And then the hard part, catching 2 Primeape. Forgot that they just restart the music. Forget where the grass is. While I'm here, I may as well begin the fishing. Not quite. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've used the good rod for anything. It's all been the old rod and the super rod. Truly, it is good for nothing. There he is. Under attack, it uses its belly spiral to put the foe to sleep. It then makes its escape. Alright, let's see what we can get here. Yeah, Mankey? Showing up immediately here? After being elusive as all fucking hell on Route 22? Why don't you bring one of your evolutions into the fray? I said one of your... Why? What is the... Mankey is also a 20% chance here. It's the same percent chance. But I encountered 2 back-to-back here. When it was acting like a 5% encounter on the previous... 3 in a row! That is, I believe, a 0.8% chance. Okay. Anyway. Nidorino. We have not yet caught one of these. That's a ball getting thrown. Primeape here is a 5% encounter. So, not exactly unfamiliar territory, but we need to get 2 of them, so... Gonna be something. Its horns contain venom. If they are stabbed into an enemy, the impact makes the poison leak out. Firo is also here. And so is Nidorina, another Pokemon we're looking to catch here. So we want to get a Nidorina and 2 Primeape. Mankey and Primeape are the only 2 I need to get multiple of. Well, the only 2 I need to get multiple of for the purposes of transfers to other games. I've gotten multiple of other Pokemon for other reasons. Primarily in-game trades. But Mankey and Primeape are the only ones that I need to get multiple of for the purposes of transfer. Encountered like 4 Mankey here. In less than the time it took me to encounter 1 on the previous route. Meanwhile, I still have not yet encountered an Nidorina, which has a higher percent chance, listed on Bulbapedia, than Mankey. There's Primeape. It stops being angry only when nobody else is around. To view this moment is very difficult. crazy to me that I've gone this far without a 30% encounter. Showing up a single time. Am I gonna get a second Primeape before I get a single Nidorina? No, I'm not. Okay. Alright, just need a second Primeape now. When resting deep in its burrow, its thorns always retract. This is proof that it is relaxed. And there's our second Primeape. Showing up with some great timing. Beautiful. Beautiful. You can apparently also get Ditto here in red and blue. Okay. Now, it's gonna be all about Victory Road, it would seem. I've made it just about everywhere else. Oh, except for Diglett's Cave. I forgot about Diglett's Cave. Is it just Diglett's Cave and Victory Road left? I think it is. Oh, shit, and then Pokemon Mansion. I completely forgot about that, too. Okay. Diglett's Cave, Pokemon Mansion, Victory Road, anywhere else? We went to the power plant. Obviously there's Safari Zone, but I'm not doing that this stream. We'll do that next stream. Yeah, okay. So we'll do Diglett's Cave. And, Pokemon Mansion, and then Victory Road. And then we'll, have gone through everything. So let's see, Diglett's Cave. I think I can access that. Actually, not sure. Ah, okay. Had a feeling I would need cut for this. Executive decision made, not nicknaming this time around. I do have a tendency of spending a long time trying to think of nicknames, so I relate to that. Although, if it is a Nuzlocke, I do stick to that as a rule, because it is one of the official rules of a Nuzlocke. But everyone can play however the hell they want. So. It prefers dark places. It spends most of its time underground, though it may pop up in caves. Alright, let's see how long it takes for us to get a Grug Trio. One of those is a 5% chance of showing up. I'm pretty familiar with the encounter right here, because if I am not mistaken, I've used Diglett's Cave as a location for level grinding in the past. Yeah, I mean, you could also utilize the nicknames to your advantage to completely avoid emotional attachment. There's a content creator by the name of Freezeye who nicknames his Pokemon after just numbers to adhere to the Nuzlocke rule while also avoiding emotional attachment. Especially because his variants of the Nuzlocke challenges tend to be especially difficult and involve a lot of strategic planned sacrifices of Pokemon. Main purpose of specific Nuzlocke is to get through the game quicker than a casual run. Yeah, I guess so, if it helps you make quicker decisions. I always plan out what team I'm going to use in advance whenever I play. I knew before I started this playthrough that I was going to use Pikachu, Rapidash, Golduck, Pidgeot, Hypno, and Victory Bell. And I already know the what I'm going to be planning to use in pretty much all the other Pokemon games as well. So I plan those way in advance. And it's an interesting balancing act because I don't like double dipping with teams. If I used a Pokemon on my team in one game, I don't want to use it in another. Which is, of course, a little hard to do when you have, you know, starters, and I always want to keep my starter on my team. And sometimes you do have to double dip, because Black and White, Black 2 and White 2, those are 4 games. You have 3 starters. By the pigeonhole principle, you have to reuse at least one once. And that happens in a couple other gens as well. But aside from that, I try to completely avoid it. Which is made more complicated by the fact that I also try to adhere specifically to using Pokemon that are native to that region. So like in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, I'm only going to use Pokemon from Sinnoh. And in games prior to Gen 7, I need something that knows Surf on my team and something that knows Fly on my team. All those restrictions together make for one hell of a team-building exercise, that's for sure. I also had to be especially careful because I was planning on using Heatmore on my Black 2 team until I looked closer and realized, oh fuck, Heatmore is locked to post-game in Black 2 and White 2. So I had to quickly get a plan B in place, and I ended up using Darmanitan instead. which ended up being kind of annoying to raise as a Darumaka, because Darumaka has the Hustle ability, which gives its moves extra power but makes them miss, which is a really bad ability. But once it evolves, you get rewarded with a much better ability in Sheer Force, which also gives its moves a power boost, but instead of it making them miss a lot, it just removes the secondary effects of moves. So, like, Fire Punch will deal more damage, but it will never burn, which is a very good trade-off. Anytime this Dugtrio wants to show up here, would be great. This being Gen 1, this is also, of course, before abilities, meaning that the Diglett and Dugtrio do not have access to their broken ability, Arena Trap. There it is. I cannot fucking stand this game, man. Not the city I wanted to fly to. Oops. This really is the Diglett's Cave. Actually, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I can make this easier on myself. Fucking hate the NPCs in this game. Alright, I need to make space in my bag first. And also, probably switch what Pokemon got in front. Let's see. What? There are no Pokemon here. The seal would be perfect here. Okay. Alright, now let's go get some repels. Oh my god. Fucking up input getting eaten by the game there. Losing more and more patience every passing moment. Okay. Seals up front. So this repel strategy should work. Where I should still be able to encounter a Doug Trio. But all Diglett will be repelled because there is no overlap with the level ranges. Diglett is levels 15 to 22. Doug Trio is levels 29 and 31. So if I repel with a level 28, like shown here, it should repel all Diglett, but still allow an encounter with a Doug Trio. And there you have it. Work smarter, not harder. A team of triplets that can burrow over 60 miles per hour. Due to this, some people think it's an earthquake. I'll be honest, I was a little worried that the box was going to be full again, but I withdrew something from it, so fortunately I was bailed out. Now for the Pokemon Mansion encounters. Which I completely forgot about when I was at Cinnabar. But first we need to change boxes. Repel's effect wore off. Okay, great. No, I didn't want to do that. Oh my god. Alright, so, Pokemon Mansion. Let's figure out what we want to get here. Okay, we want to get Raticate. We want to get Growlithe. Already got Grimer. We want to get Muck. Those are the ones. Raticate, Growlithe, and Muck. Might also be able to do Repel Manips here. To boost the chances of getting Muck. Although I don't really think it's necessary, because it's a 10% chance on B1F. Growlithe... I would want to get in the entrance, right? Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's get going. We may also get Raticate on this floor, although Muck cannot be encountered here, only Grimer. There's Raticate. Its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. Let's see if we can get Growlithe now. Not quite. You thought we were done grinding in the Pokemon Mansion. Depending on your definition of grinding, you might have been wrong. It's okay. I can promise you that statistically, it is going to be completely improbable that this will take 3 hours. Depending on your definition of mansion, you might be wrong. Yeah, video game mansions, don't usually give off the vibe of, you know, somewhere you'd want to live in. Like, anytime there's a mansion in a video game, it's usually somewhere the average person wants to stay away from. It's It's not usually very hospitable. I can only imagine what kind of eye pain would result from living in a place like this where there's just red and white checkered floors everywhere. And it's just, you know, burned into your retinas when you're sleeping. I've encountered everything other than what I want to encounter, I think. I don't know if I've encountered Grimer down here yet. But everything else has shown up quite a bit. Maybe Grimer has shown up, like, once or twice. Truly the difference between a 30% encounter and a 20% encounter, apparently. There's Growlithe. Pokemon with a friendly nature, however, it will bark fiercely at anything invading its territory. Loyalty, loyalty, loyalty! Alright, so... the only one left for us to get is now Muck, whose highest encounter rate is in B1F. We are all too familiar with the route we need to take in order to get to B1F. I don't think that's the only floor on which you can encounter Muck. Yeah, you can also encounter it on this floor at a 5% chance. If I encountered it there, I would have laughed so hard. Down here, Muck is a 10% encounter. But I'm very familiar with the way encounters work down here. I would say I'm more familiar with the way encounters work down here than anywhere else in the game, and more familiar with the way encounters work down here than just about anyone else on the planet. And I know Muck can often feel rarer than 10%. Other times, it shows up right when you need it to. And that should be absolutely everything we need from the mansion. Which just leaves Victory Road. Smells so awful something. Smells so awful it can cause fainting. Through degeneration, it lost its sense of smell. Damn. Muck got COVID. Alright. Yes, all that is left now is Victory Road. At least for this stream. And there are a small handful of Pokemon that we want to get there. Funnily enough, Geodude is one of them. Geodude is actually the only one. Okay. Well, that'll make things nice and easy. Let's fly to Indigo Plateau. Oh, not the way we want to go. There, we have to go through the statue maze. First encounter, you'll love to see it. I believe the exit point in Kanto's Victory Road is 2F. So, let me see here. Geodude, oh. Okay, Geodude is a 55% encounter on 2F, 65% on 1F, 45% on 3F, so very plentiful. I would say the most plentiful Pokemon in Victory Road by a considerable margin. Still pretty funny that it was the first encounter, though. Commonly found near mountain trails, etc. If you step on one by accident, it gets angry. Our Pokédex is now 102 strong. And we still have plenty of evolutions to do as well. Not a whole lot of Pokemon to get left, especially if you're only considering the ones that you can traditionally get in a single copy of Yellow. There are very few that are left. Sadly, up next is probably going to be the most painful part of the process, the Safari Zone, where there are a number of Pokemon that we need to get in the Safari Zone. We've already gotten a couple of them. I have Execute. However, I do intend to get Marowak in the Safari Zone. That one is going to be pretty rough. So is Tangela. Also going to be pretty rough getting that one. Kangaskhan is also going to be a tough one. We can also try and get ourselves Scyther and Pinsir in the Safari Zone. As well as Tauros. Oh, and Dratini and Dragonair. So yeah, a lot of Pokemon that we need to get in the Safari Zone. Really, the only one that we've already taken care of is Execute. But yeah, Marowak is gonna be a rough one, and there are a couple other ones that are gonna be rough too. To get a bit of a preview. So let's see here. Marowak. Let's see. Is a 5% encounter. And this is in an area where we can't use our Master Balls, so we're gonna have to be playing a whole lot of probability games. It's gonna be tough. Then yes, there's also Tangela, a 4% encounter in the center area, and that's as good as it gets for Tangela. There's also Kangaskhan, a 15% encounter in Area 2. Scyther and Pinsir we can get through the Safari Zone, but we can also get them through the Game Corner. And I may make an exception for these two and allow myself to get them at the Game Corner rather than catching them, because the Safari Zone is its own completely different beast. Then there's Tauros, another Area 1 Pokemon, with a 10% encounter chance. And Dragonair, which are Super Rod encounters. Well, Dratini is. It's a 10% chance. What the hell? Okay. How did I miss that? What the hell? Yeah, alright. 20% Dratini, 10% Dragonair with the Super Rod. And that actually will not be that much of an issue at all. Because fishing will not take up any steps in the Safari Zone. So those will be the easy part. I don't think that turning in place in a cardinal direction counts as a step, so I may just end up doing that while trying to get encounters there. But yes, we are going to be doing the Safari Zone next stream. Not looking forward to it. But there are quite a few Pokemon that we need to get there. And then a couple that we could get there if we somehow want to try. But once the Safari Zone Pokemon are caught, pretty much everything else is easy. Because after that, we just do evolutions, and we have all of the items at our disposal to make that easy. I also have a plan for trade evolutions. And, everything else as well, including the ones that you don't normally get in yellow. Stay tuned for that. HM Symbiote, you went with the safe S-word name. I called it that just because it's a Paris. So I figured I'd give it like an infection-themed nickname. I feel like just nicknaming it HM Slave is just too unoriginal, you know? Be a little more creative with it. The rest of my nicknames were themed around Mario and Luigi Brothership. Okay, so that will do it for Pokemon Yellow Gaming for today. I'll be picking this up again on Monday night. And when I do, we will be going after the Safari Zone encounters. And with whatever remaining time that we have, thank you for the follow. With whatever remaining time that we have, we will be doing evolutions and filling in other pages in our Pokédex. Perhaps doing other stuff as well. There is a small but realistic possibility that my next Pokemon Yellow stream is my final one, depending on what we get done. We'll see. If it is, then, of course, as usual, I will reveal the next game on the backlog once I'm done. My plan is to complete the Pokédex, get all the key items, which there's really only one left to get, which is the item finder. The only reason I haven't gotten that one yet is because of my limited inventory space. And then I do also want to play the Surfing Pikachu minigame. And then I have a big surprise for the finale, as you'll see. As for the Smackrow that we had running in the background today, it is now up to 17,302 battles. Sheesh! It won't be too long before we hit the big 20K, which will be our penultimate milestone before we end up spending an even longer time waiting before the final one at 50K. So yeah, that will do it for today's stream of Pokemon Yellow. I will be live again later tonight playing Geometry Dash. We're going to be doing demon grinding, so that'll be fun, hopefully. And I'll be back with Pokemon Yellow on Monday night, so I will see you then for all of that. But for now, keep looking forward, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye.